And welcome to day 5 of the Tokyo Paralympic Games here at the Ariake Gymnastics Centre. It's day 2 of the Boccia tournament here in Japan, a fascinating game which is based around strategy, tactics and skill, of course, and the dynamics of the match can change end to end in this thrilling discipline. Now, across the tournaments, athletes can play in mixed pairs, teams or individuals, and today we're going to be concentrating on the singles matches. Here they are, the individual BC4 Pool A, and we're going to be concentrating on that top 2 names, which is on court 4. Komar from Croatia faces Martin Straharski from Slovakia. World number 12 versus world number 73. Now, if you are new to Boccia, welcome along. The rules are every individual game consists of 4 ends. Each player's got 6 balls, and the aim is to get closest to that white ball in the middle that you can see the players just warming up on the court now with. The white ball is called the jack, and you must get your balls as close as possible to that white ball. Boccia made its debut during the New York Paralympic Games in 1984. It's being practiced now over 50 countries. Here is our referee for the match, Selena Hernandez. And you will see her quite a lot. She is what the athletes look out for to know exactly what's going on in the match and explaining everything they need to know. There are 6 courts going to be in session, but we're going to be concentrating on this individual BC4 Pool A match at the Ariake Gymnastics Centre. So there is Komar from Croatia. His previous result there, he lost 4-3. And Martin Straharski is at the moment just warming up himself. He'll be playing red, which means he will go first in this match. He'll be the one that sets the jack and will deliver the first ball after they've done the warm-up here. And you will see the balls are slightly different colours as well, because they're all slightly different weights. Some of them are softer, not weights rather, the softer, harder or medium rather. And you will hear the slight difference in the sound as they hit the court. That's all to do with the tactics of this fascinating game. Has around 115 athletes taking part in the games. Boccia, 41 female, 74 are male. It is mixed, all of it, pairs, individuals and the teams. Only the BC4 and the BC3 play the pairs. The BC1, BC2 play the teams together. So we're going to have plenty of action across the next couple of days in the Boccia. The game is initially designed for people with cerebral palsy, but it's now played by athletes who have any kind of neurological impairment that affects your motor function. So this is just one particular category within Boccia, BC4. And across the games, we'll see the BC1, BC2, BC3 and BC4 individuals, and then we'll see the BC3 and BC4 separate pairs. That's pretty much what it says on the tin. 2 athletes play against 2 athletes. The tactics change ever so slightly, of course, for that one. Each athlete gets 3 balls in that terms. And then for the teams, you have 3 players and you'll have 2 balls each per team. But like I said, for now, let's concentrate on this match, shall we? Individual BC4 Pool A match. Komar of Croatia, world number 2, is going to take on Martin Straharski from Slovakia. And he is going to be the first to set the jack. Quite a short ball there. As you see in the top left, 4 minutes on the clock for each athlete. They must throw their 6 balls in that time. The aim to get closest to the jack, and the player that gets closest to the jack then will let the opposition have a go. So there we go. The first ball has been laid down next to the jack, and it's quite close. So let's see exactly how close, because you don't want the first ball to be touching the jack sometimes, because it's quite easy for the opponent to open up the game and take advantage of that. However, he has blocked the jack quite well. Komar stepping up to lay down his first ball. 6 balls per end, 4 ends per match. Once all the balls are laid, then we'll see how many points that athlete has won. However, many balls they've got closer than their opponent. Trying to play the push off there, meaning a shot in which the player pushes the opponent's ball away from the target being the jack. Trying to create a bit more space here because he wants to score and get a bit closer. As you can see there, the ball that he did throw is actually a bit further away from the jack. However, that has opened it up for Komar to get his ball closest at this point in the match. And that's exactly what he's done there with his second ball. So he is now closer, the man from Croatia, world number 2. World rankings are actually frozen since March 2020, and you can probably guess why. With the pandemic taking place, a lot of these players actually haven't been playing in competitive matches since 2019. Another push on there from Straharski. Trying to take control of this match early on in the end. It's very early on. There's plenty to play for here. It's excellent. You can hear the applause in the stadium. Obviously no crowds as it stands, but you could hear the appreciation from the Slovakia teammates for that move. An excellent move there as he pushes on his own ball closer towards the jack. It's a great push on. Bit more of a lob there from Komar. Three balls remaining for the Croatian. Lovely there. You can see that was probably just a bit of a slower ball, which the pace was excellent. Managed to get closer, and you can see there he's almost defended the jack incredibly well, but there is a little space for Straharski to capitalise and try and open this game a little more. So he just takes a look slightly at what he can do, and that's brilliant. You can see that ball will be out, but you can see what he was trying to do. Trying to push on his ball a little bit closer to the jack. 2 more balls remaining for the Slovakian here then. It's a nice atmosphere at the Ariake Gymnastics Centre. So, gonna have to see what the referee says here to see which one is just closer. She's gonna take a bit of a closer look. Is Selena Hernandez. She's just gonna get the measurement out because she needs to know whose go it is next, because Straharski has another go if it's not closer than the blue ball of Komar's. So we have to be sure here who exactly is closer. And it's pretty close, but it looks like it's still the blue ball. So, yeah, it is still Martin Straharski's go. His final ball of this end. BC4 players have impairments of non-cerebral palsy origin. They can have an assistant. The assistant will be facing the court of play. Nerve-wracking time in these games, trying to get through to the quarterfinals, and that is excellent. You can hear the claps here around for Komar, getting that ball just a little bit closer than his opponent. And the great thing is here is that Komar has another ball, so how many balls can he get closer? Let's see if where we're at with the game. So that will be 2 by my maths. Looks like Komar will take a 2-0 lead heading into a 3-0. There goes my maths. 3-0 lead heading into the second end. That's a great start for the Croatian. 1 minute break here between ends as the balls all get collected and the athletes have some time to breathe a little bit. But that's brilliant and a great start from the Croatian. World number 12 takes a 3-0 lead heading into the second end of this individual BC4 Pool A match. Here we are then, the start of N2. The Croatian has taken a 3-0 lead into the second end. Some applause from the crowd, ripples around the teammates rather than any spectators at this point. And he sets the jack. Usually you'll find an athlete plays into their side of the court. It's much easier positioning-wise to set it to your side. So here comes the first ball. It's an excellent first ball. Don't want that First ball sometimes to hit the jack, even though that seems like it could be a great thing for strategy. Sometimes if the first ball is touching the jack, it is easier for your opponent to open up the game. However, at this point, it's a nice start from the world number 12. Martin Straharski then. He throws his first ball of the match, of the end rather. Trying to push off that first ball that the Croatian has laid down, but didn't quite get enough pace on it to get closer. So that ball will be out of the court. As you can see there, the referee will announce that ball is out of play. Comes a dead ball. So, but you could see what he was trying to do. Trying to push on his own ball to get a little bit closer to the target. We'll have to see who's closest here, and it still remains Komar, who's the closest ball to the jack as it stands. Fourth ball then being used for Straharski. Some drums playing around the centre. Interesting. See if I can see where they're coming from. Excellent. A great shot there. Just pushing on his ball a little bit closer to the jack. Second ball to be thrown by Komar. Attempting the push on as well. Have to get the measuring out here. I like it when they get the little torch out. We don't need the torch just yet. That's when the balls get ever so close to the jack and you can't quite tell who is closest. They get a torch out to shine through. This one just needs the measuring stick for now. Time up in the corner ticking down, of course. With the BC4 pool, every player in the BC 1, 2, 3 or 4 has their own allocated time of how long they have per end, and in the BC4 they only have 4 minutes per end. Changes match to match per category, but in every BC4 match you get 4 minutes per end. So these players are incredibly experienced and know these things, and they know how long they have. I'm sure, like with anything, time can creep up when you least expect it. Just a little bit of a different ball there from Straharski, but it was a good shot. He tried to push on his balls closer, and he seems to have definitely done that. First Paralympic Games for Komar from Croatia. Trying to attempt the lob there, not probably what he was after. I see what he was trying to do. I think he was trying to lob the ball over to the jack and try and push the jack away from the 3 red balls that are defending hard. This is when we say a game of strategy. It really is. And one end can change the entire game. Not what Komar is hoping for. He will want to take a healthy lead in this second end. Ah, see, that's exactly what he's trying to do. Lob the jack a little bit further away from the 3 defending red balls of Martin Straharski. And he's done it excellently. He's getting a nice little round of applause from his teammates in the stands. And it becomes Martin Straharski's go. And look, you can see how pleased that athlete is at that excellent ball. It is not Straharski's first Paralympic Games. He's played in Athens, in Beijing, in London. Hasn't won a medal in the Paralympic Games, so he will be hoping to do one better yet. Best he's been able to do is 4th in the individual BC4 in Athens in 2004. Just 38 years old. He'll be looking to pick up his first gold medal, or even medal in the Paralympic Games. World number 73. Trying to open the game up a little bit more, and he's done that pretty well. Push on his own balls a little bit closer to the jack once again. Excellent there. Another moving of this jack to open up the game. And leave Komar thinking, where do I go next? 1 minute left, nearly on the clock for the Croatian. The drums again round the stadium. 2 balls left then for the Croatian man. Excellent. Push on his own ball a little bit closer once again. Only 1 at that point. And the reason he had another go there, if it didn't quite look right, because he's really controlled the end of that game pretty well, actually. It looks like he's going to get... Let's have a look. We're going to... So the athlete is saying to both the athletes, do you want to come have a look? This is where she's just going to explain exactly the measurements and just make sure everyone's happy with who is closest, because it'll be that second ball. This is the question here, because that'll determine how many points Komar will get. He has won the match, whether it's 1-0 or 2-0 is yet to be decided. He's already got a 3-0 lead in this match, heading into the third end off the back of this. Let's see what Selena Hernandez has to say. And she is signifying 2. So that is a 2 for blue. So that is a 2-0 win, meaning he has got a 5-0 lead heading into the third end of this match in the individual BC4 Pool A game. Davor Komar leads 5-0 against the Slovakian Martin Straharski. So here we are getting ready for the third end of this individual BC4 pool, a match between Davao Komar and Martin Straharski. Martin Straharski starting this match by setting the jack. He went quite long this time. See how far it is. Yeah, it's past the midway point, so a long ball from Martin Straharski. Very different from the first jack he set. So let's see where we go from here. Very different from both jacks we've had so far. First ball is laid down in this third end, with this man leading 5-0. That's a healthy lead to take into, but the midway point, basically. You don't want to be on the back foot and have to fight back. It's always more difficult. This player's first Paralympic Games. Slight tap at the opposition's balls there, as you could see. Trying to attempt. I have to see which ball is closer there. I think it will be still by the smallest amount. Looks like Davao Komar has got a little bit closer there. So it's Martin Straharski who is back up in the box. Must make sure they stay in that box, or they could face a penalty. So closer to the jack. So again, Davao Komar plays his next ball. Second ball. Nerve-wracking time for these athletes. They've worked incredibly hard to get here. The skill and everything we've been going through over the last 18 months or so. And with the delayed games as well. Must have been an incredibly hard time for these very committed athletes. Pushing on his own ball a little bit there to try and get a little bit closer to the jack, but that ball does it. And it's Martin Straharski who is to play now. Have to get the measuring stick out for that one again to see how many balls they'd lead by. So Straharski is just going to come and have a look. Athletes are more than welcome to come and check, see exactly how the court looks, to see what ball they want to play next. Soft, medium and hard balls, and that's why they're all slightly different colours. Incredible skill from these athletes. It's just wonderful to see Boccia on the main stage. That's probably a little bit of a harder ball, that one. A bit more pace on it. The way it's got his initials on it. I've got a lot of time for people that initial things. That's how I never lost anything at school. Well, as I say, I initialed things. My mother sewed everything into my into my kit. I got a lot of time for that. Fifth ball then for Martin Straharski. So it's going to come and have a look again, because this ball, even though he's managed to push off the Croatian's ball a little bit, it sort of pushed it a little bit closer to the jack. So not quite what he was trying to do there. However, he has given himself a nice open area to push on one of his balls a lot closer to the jack and try and push off that one that's closer from the Croatian. So we might have to get the torch out for that one, because it is by default Komar's go, because Straharski has used up all of his 6 balls. I can ask at this point to know what the score is. I didn't see Komar ask for it, but he is in his right to say what is the score at this point. 1 minute 14.9 on the clock left for world number 12. Going to come and have another look at that one, see exactly what he can do there. Might try and go for that solo ball on the left hand side of the screen and try and push that one a little bit closer to the jack, but he's going to have to use, we have to be quite precise with that one. He is leading 5-0 heading into this end. 55 seconds left on the clock for his final 2 balls. Seconds is called. So yeah, he was trying to push on his own ball there, but I don't think he got quite enough pace on it. Well, that's the ball he needs to get closer, basically. So let's see if his final ball he can do it. Oh, not quite close enough, I think. That's going to be Martin Straharski's win, but we'll double check in 1 point. Yeah. So Martin Straharski wins the 3rd end. We're just going to double check, and he's happy. Says, yeah, fine. The cheers around. Wait for Selena Hernandez just to confirm the match is over. Are we saying 1 or 2? 1. Thought it would be 1-0 then. There you are. That's the end of the 3rd end there in the individual BC4 Pool A match against Davor Komar of Croatia and Martin Straharski of Slovakia. And it was a fascinating one, but it is Davao Komar, who takes the 5-1 lead heading into the fourth end of this match. Into the final end of this BC4 Pool A match, individual match between Davao Komar and Martin Straharski, with the Croatian taking a 5-1 lead in this match. As we often say, things can change very quickly in boccia. You have to say Komar is in a strong position to win this match. He's only played one match so far and he lost it. But it was the same with Martin Straharski. Played one match so far in these pool games, and pool matches rather, and he lost. Points are very important, however, because even though the winner of the pool goes through, each pool, so you get 6 athletes go through if they've won their pool. 2 of the top scorers also go through to the quarterfinals. Not quite the pace that Straharski was after on that one. He was trying to use his own ball to push off Komar's, but didn't quite work for him. However, he could get a bit more pace on this one and try and block, which it looks like he's doing, trying to block Komar in his position. We're going to have to get out the measurements for this one just to see who's closest to whose go will be next. Looks to me that the red ball might be a bit closer. However, I won't be second guessing because we get the shadows from the court here with the blinding lights. Not blinding, bright lights. That's probably better turn of phrase. So it is the red ball that's closest. Straharski done the job for now, and he has blocked Komar's positioning there. Can he find a gap, or will he try and do what he's done before in the second end where he lobbed the ball? Doesn't look like he's going to do that. Trying to push off the jack and push off the opponent's balls there and try and get that jack away from the red. Still the red closest at the moment, but you can absolutely see he's trying to open up the match here. He's got 3 balls remaining to do it in, with Straharski still got 3 as well. However, Komar has got a 5-1 lead in this match. So 2 balls remaining for Komar as Martin Straharski comes to take his shot. 3 balls remaining here. And it looks like Komar has opened it up just a little bit there. He's got the ball closest, but he has given Martin Straharski a nice line there to get closest to the jack. But can he get the right positioning? I would say yes from there, but we shall see. Yeah, exactly straight through. To see which one is closest there, because they're, again, very close. Wait for the referee, Selena Hernandez, to tell us. Still yet to have the torch out in this match. So just the slightest of touches to the jack. We'll see whose go it is next. That paddle will show us when she turns round. It looks like it could be the Croatians go again. So Martin Straharski got that red ball closest to the jack. And again, he's got quite a clear line there to the jack. He might try and push on his blue ball a little bit closer while trying to get this penultimate ball of this, yeah, straight through the middle. That's it. That's excellent. And he will have 1 ball remaining, but he has played a good shot there to defend hard. Martin Straharski's just coming to take a look. That's absolutely within the rules. Just to see exactly the positioning of this incredible game. Nowhere for Straharski to go there except try and push on his own ball closer, and that's exactly what he's done. He'll take that 1 point if that needs be. However, he would still be losing with Komar currently having a 5-1 lead in this match. Going to have a look again. He is the world number 12 in BC4, and it's his first Paralympic Games though. So he'll want to win this match after losing his first one. Trying the lob there and didn't quite work out, but that ball becomes a dead ball. 1 more in the end. Got to push that jack a little bit further away. So 1 ball left of the match in this end. It's going to be a close one, this one. In theory, Martin Straharski is the closest ball from how I see it. Again, it's a little bit more difficult for us to be able to see without our measuring sticks because we do get a lot of the shadow. But he's not going to... He's done. That's it. He's happy with that. He'll take the 1 point lead, I think. 1 for red. And he's happy with that. So that's how it ends then. 5-2. a brilliant match there. I enjoyed that one. Individual BC4, Pool A. That's that match over, and it is Davor Komar who takes the win, 5-2. Over Martin Straharski in the individual BC4 Pool A match. He gets his first win of the competition. And there is confirmation, 5-2. Martin Straharski deciding not to use his final ball. That's a great mask from Slovakia. Oh, that's a great one. He's happy with that. So what happens at the end of the match is they just come over and check everyone is happy, and then they sign it off, and they will see 5-2 rather. But it is Davor Komar who takes the win here, 5-2. You'll be happy with that one. First win of the competition for the Croatian. Wins his Pool A match against Martin Straharski from Slovakia, the world number 73. As the two players leave the court. But you have to think Davor Komar will be incredibly happy with that performance. And you can see, even under that mask, he's pleased, and rightly so. That was a great performance.
Okay, now let's look at the scoreboard.
それではただいま行われました試合の結果をお伝えいたします。
On court 1, Colombia, Euclides Grisales wins with 7 points to Hong Kong, China. Wong Quan Hang with 3 points.
まずは第1コート。第1コートは7対3ですね。7対3でコロンビアが香港チャイナに勝利いたしました。
On court 2, Great Britain Stephen Maguire wins with 3 points against Japan. Esaki Shun with 2 points.
続いて第2コート。第2コートは接戦となりましたが3対2で英国が勝利いたしました。
On court 3, Hong Kong, China, Lao Wai-Yen Vivian wins with 3 points. Canada, Alison Levine with 2 points.
続いて第3コート。第3コートも接戦となりました。3対2、香港チャイナがカナダを下しました。
On court 4, points from Croatia, Davor Komar, and Slovakia's Martin Straharski with 2 points.
続いて第4コートです。第4コートは5対2でクロアチアが勝利いたしました。
On court 5, Germany's Boris Nikolai takes away 7 points, and Colombia's Lady Chica Chica with 1 point.
続いて第5コート、コロンビアのポイントを1点に抑えたドイツ、7対1でドイツが勝利いたしました。
And on court 6, Slovakia's Mihaela Balcova takes a big score of 10, and Colombia Dubancelli with 2 points.
そして最後は第6コートです。第6コートは10対2大差でスロバキアが勝利いたしました。
Please welcome the timekeepers for the session.
タイムキーパーの入場です。
Please welcome the athletes for the mixed individual BC1 preliminaries.
それでは混合個人 BC1 予選選手の入場です。
On court 1,
第1コート
Slovakia,
スロバキア
represented by Thomas Krall, versus Portugal,
ポルトガル
represented by Andrade Ramos. The referee is
審判は
Bia Castedo. On court 2,
第2コート
Brazil,
ブラジル
represented by Jose Carlos Chagas de Oliveira, versus Japan.
日本藤井由里子
The referee is
審判は
Daniel Headley. On court 3,
第3コート
Czech Republic,
チェコ共和国
represented by Katarina Kurinova, versus
ブ
Brazil,
ラジル
represented by Andresa Victoria de Oliveira. The referee is
審判は
Javier Alvarez. On court 4,
第4コート
Malaysia,
マレーシア
represented by Chiu Wei Lun, versus Republic of Korea,
大韓民国
represented by Jung Sung-jun. The referee is
審判は
Marie Herbert. On court 5,
第5コート
Great Britain,
英国
represented by David Smith, versus Mexico,
メキシコ
represented by Eduardo Sanchez Reyes. The referee is
審判は
Grace Khan. On court 6,
第6コート
People's Republic of China,
中華人民共和国
Jiang Qi versus Japan.
日本中村拓海
The referee is
審判は
Lisa Hansens. Athletes, your warm-up starts now.
選手のウォームアップの開始です。
Hello, welcome to day 5 of the Tokyo Paralympic Games. Here at the Ariake Gymnastics Center, day 2 of the Boccia tournament here in Japan. We're going to be looking at the individual mixed BC1 Pool B. Those 2 top athletes, as you can see, are the ones we're going to be following. Jung of the Republic of Korea, world number 8, facing Wei Lung Chu from Malaysia, world number 11. And as you can see, it's going to be a tight match. They have both played 1-2. So they are both in great positions at the moment in their pool games. Just warming up at the moment as we get ready for this match. If you're new to Boccia, the individual games consist of 4 ends. There's the referee, Marie Herbert. And each player in those ends, they have to play 6 balls. The aim is to get the closest to the white ball, which is the target, which we call the jack. As I mentioned, it is mixed gender. And you can see a dramatic swing in matches as the ends progress and the match comes to a conclusion. There we are. You can see who Jung Sung-joon has played in the past, winning both of those. An impressive scoreline as well, 8-2 in one of those matches. It'll be this athlete, though, Wei Lung Chu from Malaysia, who will start the world number 11. As you can see, his scores there went to a tie-break in the second match, but ending in both a win. So we're looking forward to seeing quite a tough match here between these 2 athletes. As they just warm up and get ready for this pool match. Looking to get into the quarterfinals. The top athletes of the pool will progress into the quarterfinals, the winners of the pool, and 2 other athletes who have the highest scoring amount of points head as well into the quarterfinals. 8 athletes progress through. So Jung Sung-joon will be the first athlete. Hasn't taken part in the Paralympics Games before, but it will be Wei Lung Chu who starts this match. So the referee will show when it's time to start the match. Wei Lung Chu playing his first Paralympic Games. He's played Boccia since the age of 19. We just wait for the music to die down here at the Ariake Gymnastics Center for end 1 of this individual BC1 Pool B match. Wei Lung Chu of Malaysia will get us underway. As you can see, the clock is ticking down of 5 minutes for the 6 balls to be thrown. But first we must set the jack, and it is a short jack. And the first ball will be from Wei Lung Chu, who will get us underway here. Cheers from around the centre, because we've got all the teams watching. And so it's creating a nice atmosphere here. Jung Sung-joon has played in the World Championships in Liverpool, finished 5th for the team BC1, BC2 in 2018. BC1 are eligible for assistance. Yeah, BC1, BC2, BC3 and BC4 in Boccia. BC2 aren't eligible for assistance. However, this match right now, BC1, they are. The Asian Para Games, he did get silver in Jakarta back in 2018 in the individual BC1. Goes to push off Wei Lung Chu's ball there. Real skill from these athletes. They've waited a long time for these games. Put in a lot of hard work of training for this moment. Probably class that as a bit of a smash. A power shot. I'm not sure it was along the ground though, so it might not be. Might be more of a lob. Anyway, it did the job. There's Jung Sung-joon of Korea. Takes his third ball in this end. These matches can get very tense. We're early on in this one. Excellent. Trying to push off Wei Lung Chu's ball, and he did exactly what he was trying to do. And open up the game a little bit more to give him more of a position to get his ball closest to the jack. Differing balls, soft, hard and medium. That's where the strategy comes in as well, to know when to play the right ball, when to hold the right ball for a power shot. Marie Huber just having a quick check there. And signifying it is still Jung Sung-joon's go. and he's pleased with that one. You can hear the cheers erupting around the stadium with his teammates. Incredibly happy with that shot from Jung Sung-joon, and you can see why. Set that up beautifully. Just to make his way through that middle position. There's Wei Lung Chu. To think about this one. Wei Lung Chu pushing off that ball there. What from Jung Sung-joon. See how this game has really opened up. Some games the balls are much closer to the jack, but this one is much opener. Much more open. That sounds like better phrasing. Wei Lung Chu still with 3 balls left to play in this end. Trying to push on his own ball to get a little bit closer to the jack there, but I think it's still Jung Sung-joon's who is closest at the moment in this first end. Jung Sung-joon just want to have a look at it.
1 minute.
.44 seconds left on the clock for Jung Sung-joon. His final ball in this first end, the individual BC1 pool match. Looking to book their place this week into the quarterfinals of the individuals. And he will do it with that one. That is excellent. An excellent final ball from Jung Sung-joon. Puts that end to rest. And he has won, I think, from one ball. You can see what it means to the team. Looks like it's just one ball that's closest, so he will take a 1-0 lead. We will double check on the points, of course. But the pure ecstasy coming out in that athlete is just real joy. So confirmation there. Jung Sung-joon takes that 2-0. End one. Part of the match is over. Jung Sung-joon takes a 2-0 lead heading into the second end against Wei Lung Chu of Malaysia. So the second end gets underway with Jung Sung-joon leading this match 2-0 heading into the second end. He sets the jack. He will then throw his first ball to get this match underway. And as by nature of the game, that ball is the closest to the jack. So Wei Lung Chu will take his first shot. Wei Lung Chu, the world number 11, hasn't played in the Paralympics before. His first time at a Games. Trying to push off his opponent's ball there, but it's not quite working out. But in that particular shot, however, every single move is calculated by these incredible athletes. It looks now as though he'll try and push on his red ball a little bit closer to the jack, which he's done there. BC1 players are eligible for assistance. You've got your BC1 category, your BC2, your BC3, your BC4. All matches are mixed. But it is Jung Sung-joon of the Republic of Korea, the world number 8, who has 5 balls left. Getting a little bit of encouragement there from his assistant. This is going to be a tight match, I think, as both players have won 2 of their matches. Excellent shot there from Jung Sung-joon. He's pleased with that one. With Wei Lung Chu, he might come and have a look. He's not going to on that one. 4 balls remaining. And as you can see, Jung Sung-joon has very cleverly set up a barrier around the jack. So he's really gone quite defensive on his shots. Trying to just push off the opposition there, but he's trying to open up the game a little bit to try and move those blues away so he can get closer to the jack in the second end. It's a very difficult defense that Jung Sung-joon has created around the jack. Wei Lung Chu needs to try and find a way to break through it. He was trying, I think, there for the roll up and over. Didn't quite get enough pace on it, but this is his final ball of this end, with Jung Sung-joon still with 4 balls to play. Yeah, see, just trying to get that ball up and over. They call it the profiterole, but didn't quite get over. See, just a little bit too much pace on it. He's trying to push off the blue balls to try and give himself more space. Jung Sung-joon just coming to have a look exactly about what he can do. Again, it's difficult to tell with the shadows here which ball is closer, but it looks like it's still very, very close. It could look like it's still Jung Sung-joon that is closer, but we'll see when we get a shot again of the balls. Jung Sung-joon has a 2-0 lead in this match on N2. 2 more ends to come. If he takes the win here, he's leading heading into the halfway point. 2.5 minutes left on the clock. You get a certain amount of time to throw your 6 balls. He's asking for the score, I think, here. He is. He's saying, and I was, yes, 1-0 to Jung Sung-joon as it stands. Still 2 minutes left on the clock. And he's decided, I think, to stop the clock. So, see exactly. So it looks like he's ended the match there at 1-0. 1-0 at that one for the second end for Jung Sung-joon, deciding not to take his final 4 balls and just winning N2 with just 2 balls on the court. So he takes a 3-0 lead in the individual Pool C match at N2 at the halfway point. It's now 3-0 against Wei Lung Chu of Malaysia here at the Ariake Gymnastics Centre. N3 getting underway here at the Ariake Gymnastics Centre between Jung Sung-joon of Republic of Korea, world number 8, and Wei Lung Chu of Malaysia, world number 11. With the Korean currently leading 3-0 in this third end, 4 ends per match. 5 minutes on the clock for their 6 balls. And the jack is set and the first ball is thrown. Jung Sung-joon of the Republic of Korea just opening up the game a bit there. Trying to move Wei Lung Chu's ball further away from the jack. Just a little push off to try and create a bit more space and open up this match, which he currently leads at the moment, 3-0. He's won both ends so far. He's won both his matches so far as well in this pool game. And that is excellent. He is pleased with that one. You can hear the team cheering from the side. Quite a few of the team being very vocal, watching over this court 4 match. There are 5 other matches happening around us as well, but we're concentrating here on this individual BC1 Pool B match between Jung Sung-joon of Republic of Korea and Wei Lung-chu, representing Malaysia. Very impressive spinning ball there. Went out, so it will be a dead ball, but he was trying to give himself a bit more space. Let's see what he does with the third throw. The referee is going to just have a quick look at this. Marie Uber, she's going to get out the measurements because it's important here to know exactly who is closer, because it determines whose go it is next. See what the referee thinks at this point. She will indicate on her paddle whose go it is, if it's blue or red, and she says it's blue. So it looks like Wei Lung-chu has done the job there with his third ball, and it'll be Jung Sung-joon of the Republic of Korea who takes his next shot. He leads this match 3-0. Just repositioning himself there. Going quite far back in the box to get a better position through the middle of the blue and the red, I would assume, but we'll see. He's trying to push that red ball, push it off a little bit further away from the jack. I think he was probably aiming a little bit for the red ball that's by the jack at the moment to try and set up a defense. He's going to reposition again. He just needs to make sure he stays in that box, which of course he will with an assistant helping. If he doesn't, he could face a penalty, so that's an important rule. Deciding on a different positioning again. 1 minute 40 on the clock of their 5 allocated minutes for their 6 balls. He's on his 4th ball. He just wants to change that positioning a little bit more. Trying to lob the ball a little bit there. I think he was almost trying to knock the jack away from the blue, from the red rather. Trying to knock that red away. That's the challenging one there. 1 minute left on the clock, 45 seconds now. 2 balls remaining. It gets tense at this point when the clock is ticking down and you've still got another 2 throws to have. He's leading this match, is Jung Sung-joon, 3-0. Clock will always stop just briefly and then carries on. Final ball then for the Korean. These balls are differing, as some are softer, some are harder for different strategic play. Final shot then for Jung Sung-joon. And as it stands at the moment, it looks like that red ball of Wei Lang-chu is actually the closer ball. Everything can change very quickly, though, in these ends. Three balls remaining then for the Malaysian. Bit of a pacey ball there. A bit of a power shot. Bit of a smash. Excellent placement there, where he's trying to push off that blue ball and get another one of his red balls a bit closer. We're going to have to do the measurement here to see just what the score line is at this point, even though that Jung Sung-joon doesn't have any more balls to play. You still need to know where we are in the match. The Korean does lead 3-0 after the first 2 ends. This is the 3rd end of the match. There's one more end off the back of this one, which determines the match. But it will be a strong position if Jung Sung-joon can win this one, as he's won. So that'll be 3 as it stands from the... This is how quickly the game can change. If Wei Lang-chu can score 3 here, it puts him level with Jung Sung-joon heading into the final end, which will be a tense one. If it goes to a draw by the end of the 4th end, we then have a tie-break. It can never end in a draw, Boccia. So the referee is calling the athletes over, and she will just have a look to see where we're at the end of this end. 1, 2, 3 is what I can hear. Just listen in.
So that's a scoring one.
The referee is allowed to move the balls to double check if it's going to be 4. That one is already a scoring ball she has moved. That's why with I think it's going to be 3-0 in that end. Wait for the full confirmation from Marie Huber, but as it stands, that looks like it is 3 for the end of the match. So, well, that leads to a tense 4th end, doesn't it? With 3-all heading into the final end of this one. Wei Lang-chu has come back into the game for Malaysia. And you can see just a little smile on his face there as we head into the final end. Jung Sung-joon of the Republic of Korea won the first end and the second end. This is how quickly these matches of boccia can change. They change incredibly fast. There's the support for Jung Sung-joon of Korea. pat on the back there from Wei Lung Chu's assistant. And everyone breathe in, because this is going to be a tense one. 5 minutes set on the clock. It's Jung Sung-jun who's going to set the jack. Relatively short. The first ball will be thrown by Jung Sung-jun. Five minutes then to take these 6 balls. A minute already gone for Wei Lung Chu. Excellent first ball from the Malaysian. You can hear the cheering. For the 26-year-old. I'm playing back at the age of 19. Let's concentrate now on Jung Sung-jun of the Republic of Korea. 43 years old. His first Paralympic Games. Trying to push off that red ball and give himself a bit of space with the jack opening up a lot more now. Big cheers from elsewhere around the centre. Obviously no crowds here to watch this one, but the teams are making a lot of noise for their players. Third ball then for Jung Sung-jun. Looks like that might be a bit closer than Wei Lung Chu's, the red ball. We're going to double check. Yes, that is the case. So Wei Lung Chu to throw his second ball. 3-all in this final end. If it ends as another draw, it goes to a tie break. Oh, excellent shot there. Pushed on his own ball to get a little bit closer to the jack, and with it set his second ball even closer as well. And his defense around that jack is pretty impressive as well. So let's see what Jung Sung-joon can do. Republic of Korea. Both these players have won both their opening 2 matches. And we've gone down to the wire for the 4th end here. Differing in strength, so to speak, softer, harder and medium balls for different strategic play. They've been training hard for this, as most athletes have, for the Paralympics as well as the Olympic Games that we've had here in Tokyo. And it's been a really special experience for everyone involved. And incredible what the Japanese population have managed to put on. So another push off there, trying to move those 2 reds to give himself a bit more space, so he can just nestle in the blue ball between the 2 reds. That was a pacey old ball. He's on his final ball of this end now. And it's tense. A big sigh from the Korean. 1 minute on the clock left to throw this final ball. This is going to be an important one for Jung Sung-joon. Needs to get that blue closest to the jack at this point, because Wei Lung Chu still has 4 balls to go. It's tense. There's the Malaysian team watching on. If he wins this one, he's won 3 of his matches, and it puts him in a pretty good position, Wei Lung Chu, to progress into the quarterfinals. The winner of the group matches progresses through. And that is closer. One, maybe 2, says the referee, Marie Hubert. And he's gonna see if he can get a few more closer here and put this one to bed. It's been an incredible match. Jung Sung-joon led 3-0 heading into the 3rd end. But he went down 3-0 heading into this final one, giving it 3-3 heading into this final end. He's just asking what the score is again, I think. Yep. And she is, the referee, Marie Hubert, is saying 2. He's going to try for 3. One ball remaining for Wei Lung Chu of Malaysia. "26-year-old trying to get as many points as he can on the board here." Referee is signalling 2, I believe. I couldn't quite see what she had on the paddle, but he's definitely leading, and he's definitely going to win this end, and he's definitely going to win this match as it stands. He is determined to get the highest score he can here, is Wei Lung Chu. Let's see what Mariuba says. She's taking a look. Looks like a 6. Is that a 6? I think that's a 9-3. Let's see exactly if... Looks like it will be 9-3 to Wei Lung Chu. That is an incredible scoreline, and it is. Wei Lung Chu wins this individual BC1 match against Jung Sung-joon with an incredible comeback. 9-3 at the end of that match. Jung Sung-joon was leading 3-0 heading into the third end. Went down 3-0. And Wei Lung Chu managed to score 6, which is an incredible amount. So we're just seeing here. So this is where they look at the screen and have to sign off the match. And it seems the assistant is just querying something here. Definitely 6, said the referee. So the assistant for Jung Sung-joon just querying the final score, but it will be 9-3 to Wei Lung Chu, who has now won all of his pool matches. Played 3, won 3, lost nothing. So he leads at the moment in his pool with no defeats on the board for Wei Lung Chu of Malaysia in this individual BC1 Pool B match. So Wei Lung Chu leaves the court. Graphics just caught me out slightly there, my apologies. Wei Lung Chu, though, is the winner.
Let's now take a look at the scoreboard.
それではただいま行われました試合の結果をお伝えいたします。
On court 1, Portugal's Andrade Ramos sweeps the match with 11 points to nothing against Slovakia Thomas Crow.
まずは第1コート11対0です。大差でポルトガルがスロバキアに完封勝利いたしました。
On court 2, Brazil's Jose Carlos Chagas de Oliveira wins the match with 5 points against Japan's Fuji Yuriko with 2 points.
そして第2コートは5対2でブラジルの勝利となりました。
On court 3, 3 points from Czech Republic Katarina Kurinova against Brazil's Andresa Vitória de Oliveira with 1 point.
続いて第3コートは3対1ですね。3対1でチェコがブラジルに勝利いたしました。
On court 4, 9 points from Malaysia's Chu Wei Lun versus Republic of Korea's Jung Sung-jun with 3 points.
続いては第4コートです。第4コートは9対3でマレーシアが大韓民国を下しました。
On court 5, Mexico's Eduardo Sanchez Reyes finishes the match with 7 points. Great Britain's David Smith with 2 points.
続いては第5コートです。第5コート7対5となりました。メキシコが逆転勝利となりました。
On court 6, People's Republic of China Dang Chi wins with 6 points and Japan's Nakamura Takumi with 2 points.
そして最後は第6コートです。第6コートは6対2で中華人民共和国の勝利となりました。
One
Please welcome the timekeepers for the session.
タイムキーパーの入場です。
Please welcome the athletes for the mixed individual BC3 preliminaries.
それでは混合個人 BC3 予選選手の入場です。
On court 1,
第1コート
Japan
日本川本圭介
versus Republic of Korea,
大韓民国
represented by Jung Ho-won. The referee is
審判は
Eleni Liloglo. On court 2,
第2コート
Hong Kong, China,
香港チャイナ
represented by Tsai Takwa versus Brazil,
ブラジル
represented by Matthews Carvalho. The referee is
審判は岡田千佳子
on court 3,
第3コート
Greece,
ギリシャ
represented by Gregorios Polychronidis versus Portugal,
ポルトガル
represented by Ana Costa. The referee is
審判は
Ronnie Van Ash. On court 4,
第4コート
Japan
日本高橋和樹
versus Portugal,
ポルトガル
represented by Avelino Andrade. And the referee is
審判は
Raquel Aroxilas. On court 5,
第5コート
Hong Kong, China,
香港チャイナ
represented by Ho Yuan K versus
ブ
Brazil,
ラジル
represented by Ivani Soares da Silva Calado. The referee is
審判は
Selena Hernandez. On court 6,
第6コート
Portugal,
ポルトガル
represented by Jose Macedo versus Republic of Korea,
大韓民国
represented by Kim Han-soo. The referee is
審判は
Fu Liang Wang.
and welcome to the Ariake Gymnastics Centre. It is day 5 of the Tokyo Paralympic Games. Day 2 of the Boccia tournament here in Japan, and we're concentrating on the mixed individual BC3 Pool A games today, where we've got Takahashi versus Andrade of Portugal. Takahashi Kazuki of Japan, home favourite of course, world number 14, facing Evelina Andrade. And we'll be getting the warm-up underway very shortly at the Ariake Gymnastics Centre. As you can hear, they have been told they can start their warm-up. Here's our referee for the match. So the way it works in Boccia, in the individual games, it consists of 4 ends. Each player over those 4 ends has 6 balls. The aim's to get closest to the white ball, the target, which is called the jack. Quite similar to balls, really. It made its debut back in New York in the Paralympic Games in 1984. Here we see Takahashi Kazuki of Japan with his assistant as well. Interesting to know, in the individual BC3 Pool A, or individual BC3, the assistant acts as almost an extension of the athlete and also is part of the medal ceremony, so will win a medal. Avelino and Andrade there from Portugal. Evelina Andrade just setting up for his practice here for the individual BC3 Pool A match against Takahashi Kazuki. Andrade is 40. He's not played in the Paralympics Games before. He has been in the World Championships in Liverpool in 2018, as many of these players have. 13th in the pairs for the BC3, 14th in the individual BC3. Also took part in the European Championships. His best there in Spain was pairs. He finished 5th. World number 16 is Andrade. It is a mixed gender sport, Boccia. You can see a dramatic swing in the matches with these four ends. It's always the red ball that starts first, so Evelina Andrade will follow Takahashi Kazuki's first ball after he sets the jack. 115 athletes taking part in the games for Boccia. We've got 41 females, 74 males. 4 classifications in Boccia as well. So you've got your BC1, BC2, BC3, BC4. Here, though, we're going to concentrate on the individual BC3 Pool A matches. As it stands, Evelina Andrade has won one game. His only match she's played so far, and it was a 6-0 win, whereas Takahashi Kazuki has only lost his match so far. So as it stands, Evelina is top of Pool A.
Start of match.
So we're getting this match underway in the individual BC3 Pool A. The first end of 4. And it will be Takahashi Kazuki of Japan getting us underway. Six minutes on the clock for the BC3 players to roll their 6 balls. Takahashi, a very short ball there as he sets the jack. So the first ball is thrown by Takahashi. Evelina Andrade takes his first throw shortly. 6 minutes ticking away. Remains with the Portuguese player who didn't manage to get that blue ball closest to the jack. World number 16, lots of team watching on, with 2 of their Portuguese players on the court. The referee just moving the assistant aside a bit after Avellino's second ball. Goes back to Takahashi Kazuki. That is home games. Ball went out, but he was trying to push off the blue ball of Andrade. And even though it was a dead ball, it will still be a pretty important shot for the Japanese. So the assistant in BC3 is unable to face the court, whereas in various other categories, including BC1 and BC4, the assistant can face the court. In BC3, the assistants are under strict guidelines to make sure they're outside of the box and not facing their athlete or the court. They work incredibly hard, these athletes, alongside their assistants, to get the communication levels as spot on as they are. Andrade just asking a little bit there to have it more to the left. A little bit more. Position of this shot for his third of 6 balls. Andrade is leading the pool A at the moment, with not many played at the moment in that pool. They've only all played 1 match. This is most of their second matches. Winner of the pool goes through to the quarterfinals, and the 2 second best scoring athletes also go through, so every point is incredibly important. Except in the BC1, where they only have 4 pools in that one, but we're concentrating on this one, which has 6 pools. Top athlete in each pool, like I say, and the top 2 athletes ranked second place qualify for the quarterfinals. So still a long way to go in the tournament yet to get there. But every point matters. 1 minute board soon to be shown to the Portuguese player. In BC3, you get 6 minutes per end. And he's been shown just 1 minute left for his final ball. Positioning ever so important here, of course. For this incredible game. Boccia was originally, well, initially designed for people with cerebral palsy. It's now played by athletes who have any kind of neurological impairment that does affect their motor function. They play in BC4. Time ticking down there. 5 seconds left. It's when the ball leaves the athlete's pointer, that is when the time counts. So if it had ticked down to 1 second and Andrade still managed to get the ball going, it would still count. So Takahashi Kazuki, now 3 balls remaining in this first end of this individual BC3 Pool A match at the Ariake Gymnastics Centre. 5 other games underway. Well, we will be concentrating on court 4. So the ball does roll out of the court rather, and becomes a dead ball, but it was a nice push off there to try and stop Evelina Andrade's ball being closest to the jack. 2 minutes left for this athlete of his time. Two balls remaining. These ramps can be made out of different materials as well. As you can see, the ramps are slightly differing between the two. Takahashi Kazuki is in control here because he has balls remaining and Evelina Andrade does not. Final ball being rolled there in end 1. A minute left on the clock for Takahashi Kazuka, but it looks like one-minute board's up, so 1 ball left for Takahashi. And he needs to get this one closest to the jack at this point, otherwise he's going to lose this match. Lose this end, my apologies. We've got 4 ends of this match. 25 seconds left on the clock then. Can he get this ball a little bit closer? And I think he can. He has. So that should be 1-0 to Takahashi Kazuki, who looks like he wins this end. And I think it will be 1-0, but we will double check because Takahashi Kazuki just having a look, but we'll wait for the referee to tell us. 1. So 1-0 then for Takahashi Kazuki. 1 for red. There's the confirmation of the finish of that end, and then we have a 1-minute break between this and our second end. Confirmation there of Takahashi Kazuki then for Japan, with a 1-0 lead heading into N2 over Avelino Andrade. Avelino Andrade needs to come back in this one. But games can change ever so quickly in boccia. You can have a 3-0 lead heading into the halfway point, and you can lose a game very quickly, 6-2. Or whatever the scoreline is, things can change ever so quickly. So let's get underway for the individual BC3 Pool A second end between Takahashi Kazuki of Japan and Avelino Andrade of Portugal, world number 16. Let's get a second end underway. It will be Andrade who sets the jack and places the first ball. So, jack is set, and first ball is delivered. And the placement of that jack is quite short. Pacey ball there from Takahashi Kazuki. Just trying to push off that ball from Avelino Andrade. Give himself a little bit of an advantage here, trying to... He does sort of just gets the angle a little bit off in terms of maybe what he was trying to do, but he does have a 1-0 lead in this match as it stands, thanks to a victory in end 1. And he's got plenty of time and plenty of opportunity here to come back in it like he did in the first end. As I mentioned, the assistants are not allowed to look at the court. They're not allowed to know anything that is happening. They work very closely with the athlete. That's better, I think, from Takahashi. Another pacey ball. And he has opened the jack up now to give himself a little bit more space to get closer. Balls are all differing in terms of soft, medium or hard. And he's got to work out here which one he would like to use to get closer to the jack. Made a decision. As you can see, the balls are differing to even look at. Yeah, much slower ball there and lower down in the ramp, and that's excellent. You can hear the cheers going round, and it becomes Evelina Andrade's go, because Takahashi Kazuki has managed to get his ball closer in the second end. Andrade just trying to give himself a bit of an advantage there by the push-off on Takahashi Kazuki's red ball there. And he has opened it up for himself a little bit now and got his ball closer, the blue ball, as we move on to Takahashi Kazuki, who leads this match 1-0 in the second end. 2 more ends to come in this individual BC3 Pool A match. The 41-year-old has played in the Paralympic Games. This is his second Games. He finished 12th in the individual BC3 2016 Rio Paralympics. Also taken part in the World Championships in Liverpool in 2018 and the Asian Para Games in Jakarta. Finished 5th in the pairs BC3. Made his debut in 2016 at the World Championships in Beijing in China. Took up the sport in 2014. He actually took up the sport because he wanted to compete at the Paralympic Games in Tokyo. So this is a dream come true for Takahashi Kazuki. But let's focus now on the Portuguese player, Evelina Andrade. His debut was in 2017 for Portugal. And he actually began playing boccia at school. So he's been playing it a very long time. Trains for an awfully long time as well, does Evelina Andrade. 25 hours per week. Won silver at the 2018 Dubai Open in the United Arab Emirates. And one of his heroes is a well-known Portuguese footballer, Cristiano Ronaldo. Dead ball. But the ball has been let's just rewatch this one, as I think he hits the jack first. Yes, the ball went out, but it did its job, as he managed to push it on and make his ball closer, hence it now turning to Takahashi Kazuki of Japan. Who does have a 1-0 lead in this match. The individual BC3 Pool A. Their second match of the tournament so far. And so far, Takahashi Kazuki rather, has lost his match. So he'll want to win this one. Evelina Andrade up next, after that nice ball from Takahashi Kazuki. Little shuffle from the assistant. 1 minute then is being shown. 40 seconds left for his final 2 balls. So 30 seconds left to get this final ball thrown for Andrade. Andrade going to go for maybe a bit more of a pacier ball here. 10 seconds left. Yep, a bit pacier to try and push on that ball a bit closer. Not quite enough pace on it to get closer, so it does look like Takahashi is going to take a win in the second end as well. Looks like it'll only be 1-0, but he does have a ball left. So can he make it 2-0? We will see. He's got quite a nice position there to do it in. You can sort of see with the ramp where they hope to go. And he's opened it up nicely to give himself a nice line there. Let's see what Takahashi can do from here. 1-0 lead. If he can go into the, oh, it's a little bit too pacey, that one. But As it stands, Takahashi will take a 2-0 lead. One for red. So Takahashi Kazuki wins the second end 1-0. He takes a 2-0 lead heading into the third end. One more to go off the back of that, end 4. Against Evelina Andrade of Portugal. But all can change very, very quickly. So confirmation there, 2-0 lead for Takahashi Kazuki of Japan at his home Paralympic Games. Evelina Andrade will have to try and score big in the second 2 ends. N3 getting underway then here at the Ariake Gymnastics Centre for the individual BC3 Pool A matches. It's their second match of the tournament. Takahashi Kazuki has a 2-0 lead heading into this midway point. He lost his first match, so keen to get a win at his home Paralympic Games. Evelina Andrade has 1 win under his belt. He leads the Pool A rankings at the moment, but everyone's only played 1 match as it stands, so we'll sort of see where we are come the end of this match, who is still leading. So the jack has been set by Takahashi. 6 minutes on the clock is shown to Evelina Andrade. As you can see, Takahashi has not made that first shot particularly easy for Andrade. Trying to push off that ball from being closer to the jack, and he's managed to do that with quite a pacey ball there. It's quite a short set of the jack, so it's very much opened it up for him now. And the Portuguese able to build up a bit of a defence around the jack if he can, to stop Takahashi running away with this one. 6 minutes on the clock is ticking down to 4 minutes 30 now. Shorter ball from Andrade, and it is closer. So Takahashi sets his ramp. You can hear the cheers for that one. The ball went out, but it did the job. Moved the red ball closer. Impressive there from Takahashi. With that red ball now closer. Andrade trying to work out exactly where the opportune pass is. I'm assuming he might try and push on that blue ball, which is next to the red, and just push it on a little bit closer to the jack. As he's got a bit of a defensive line in the other blue ball that's there, and if he can so it's going to be a pacey one, so I think here he will go and try and hit his own ball and push it on to become closer to the jack, and that's exactly what he's tried to do there. But he's given himself a great opening now for the jack. And you can either choose here to try and knock Takahashi's red out of contention, but with quite a few balls remaining for Takahashi, you would think at this point it might be more worth him trying to get the blue ball closer. See what he does. Ball gets placed. Looks like it's going to be quite a slower ball, with the ball being placed quite lower on the ramp. And the BC3 players have a pointer to, yeah, see, I think he was almost trying to push off that red ball, but he almost didn't quite get the pace on it. But however, this could be the shot we've all been waiting for, however, where he goes in between that blue ball and the jack and pushes off Takahashi's red ball. Let's see what he does. Boccia does get quite tense. The third end here. Evelina Andrade attempting to win this third end, put himself back into contention of winning this match. Takahashi Kazuki, as you can see at the top, is leading 2-0 after the first two ends. So he did try and attempt to go in between the jack and the blue ball. He's setting up quite a good defence here, if he can get a ball a bit closer. Just that one red ball is causing him a little bit of bother. 1 minute board is being shown, and this is his final ball of the end. See what he can do from this. Excellent, tried to push his ball a little bit closer, but he hasn't quite managed to get it closer. However, he has set up a great little defense wall there for himself in any way that Takahashi tries to get through. Could push the blue ball a bit closer to the jack. This will be a fascinating 4 balls then for the Japanese, world number 14 facing world number 16 in BC3. Six balls they have to get closest to the jack. That is the white ball that's the target. Oh. That was excellent. It's gone out, but it's opened up the space for him a bit there. Asking if they would like to measure, and I think Takahashi is saying it's all right. Excellent pace on that ball. Look at that, freeing up the jack. I know it's made Evelina Andrade's ball closer, but it has allowed him, the Japanese, to have a clear line to the jack now. He's happy with that. Ramp goes back down, gets secured. So I think he's asking for the score there. One minute left then on the clock for Takahashi. Casey ball again. Trying to push off all the opposition's balls, and he's done it pretty well. I'm not sure about that blue one. Still might be. You'd have to get the measuring stick out for that one. Final ball then for. That's exactly what the referee is doing. Just checking. We're going to find out. Looks like it's 2 for red as it stands. I'll have to double check that shortly at the end of the game, but that sounded like what the referee said. See what happens here then. 10 seconds. Like I said, it's from when the ball leaves the ramp, so it's gonna have to go now. There we go, that was close. Whew. That was close to the end. It looks like you might have got 3 balls there closer. We're gonna have to check on that far right one of the blue, but I'm pretty sure there's 3 there, but the referee's going to call the athletes over just to double check. We might have to do a bit of measuring here, and she is. So it looks like it will be 5-0 lead to Takahashi, but we'll see. Wait for the referee to tell us exactly. So, 3 for red. And that's the end of the 3rd end. So, Takahashi Kazuki ends pretty well there against Evelina Andrade. He takes a 5-0 lead heading into this final end. And that is the confirmation of the score. He's won every single end so far. First one 1-0, second one 1-0, and then that third one 3-0 with some brilliant play just at the end. And he's cool as a cucumber, is he? Takahashi in his home games. Some wonderful play in that end. But it is Takahashi Kazuki who takes a 5-0 lead in the individual BC3 Pool A matches. So the final end of this match getting underway in the individual BC3 Pool A match. The Ariake Gymnastics Center on court 4, where Takahashi Kazuki of Japan currently leads 5-0 over Portugal's Evelina Andrade. So Andrade will set the jack. Oh, set the jack, my apologies. A short ball. Look away for 1 second and a ball is thrown. So here comes the first ball. And that's a nice opening attempt, because as you can see, the position then stops Takahashi Kazuki having a straight line, which makes it a little bit more difficult for him, basically. Pleased with that positioning. As I mentioned, the assistants do not face the court for BC3. They assist with the athlete, and they almost are at one with the athlete because they are integral to every single part of this. That is an excellent ball. Did you see it just slid almost round the blue and just nestled in next to the jack? That's an excellent shot. You could hear the cheers from the Japanese team here. Of course, it's the home athlete, whereas the Portuguese quite away from home. Did win his opening match though, Evelina Andrade. But you've got to win your pool to go through. So he's going for a pacey old ball here, quite high up in the ramp, and he will use his pointer to decide exactly where that ball is going. Just happy with the positioning just slightly, so the assistant moving it. So the ball went out and becomes a dead ball. However, he was just trying to push on his own ball a little bit closer to the jack, and he has achieved that, but not close, not the closest. The 6 minutes is ticking down, 2.5 or so. A bit of a round up there, but 2:45. Every second does count in these ends, of course they do. As we saw Takahashi Kazuki taking a shot very late on in the last end. Ball goes out of play, which then gets put into a little allocated area at the side of the court. Can't use that ball again. Fourth ball then for Evelina Andrade. Go for a pacey ball again, it looks like, the higher up. Let's see what happens here. Yeah, so a bit more of a pacey ball, just trying to push on his ball a little bit closer to Jack. It pushed on, well, pushed off Takahashi's as well, a little bit closer to the Jack, so difficult positioning there for the Portuguese player. .40 seconds left for the Portuguese player for his final ball of this end and the final ball of this match. And I'm not sure who's going to be able to come back from this one. It looks like it's going to be a win of the match for Takahashi Kazuki, who has a 5-0 lead already and at the moment is leading this match also. So it will just be a dependent on how many Takahashi can get close to the Jack now, is how much he will win this by. So plenty more chances for Evelina Andrade to qualify still. If he doesn't win the pool, if he gets enough points, he will be able to still qualify. So that ball goes out again, but you can see what he was trying to do, just open it up a little bit to give himself the best opportunity possible to get more of his balls closer, and he's got 4 minutes to do it and 4 balls to do it. So Takahashi Kazuki is in a wonderful position here, not only leading the match 5-0, but now he's in a position where he could score quite big here. How much by, though, is the question. We have a relatively slower ball here, which makes sense because he wants to get as close as he can to that Jack. Like that. 2 balls then. So that's 2 already. Really excellent here from Takahashi Kazuki. Plays with a pointer on his arm. He'll have slightly differing pointers, these players, in the BC3 category. So that's 3 by my reckoning. And he's got a long time to do it in, 2.5 minutes. Just hearing results from one of the other courts that are in session, which is just ending elsewhere. We'll remain concentrating on Takahashi Kazuki, who is about to score big hit. And look at that. That is some excellent positioning. Look, every single ball nestled around the jack. One more to do it in. But he's already leading 4-0 in this end. You'd have to say this is a wonderful performance from the Japanese at his home Paralympic Games. So, looks to be done this match. And it is 4 for red. So that'll be a 9-0 win then. 9 for red. So that is confirmation that Takahashi Kazuki of Japan, the world number 14, has taken the win in this individual BC3 Pool A match. He's taken a 9-0 lead over Portugal's Evelina Andrade, world number 16. Confirmation there of Takahashi Kazuki taking the win 9-0. So the confirmation will go over to the scoreboards, which each athlete has to clear what they think is the win, is the points rather. So both players come up with the referee and have a look at the board to make sure they're happy with the final score. But Takahashi Kazuki can be incredibly proud of what he's achieved here, as we're watching the replays of that incredible final penultimate ball there. In the individual BC3 Pool A match. So, referee just going through all of the stats there. And of course, Takahashi Kazuki is going to be pretty happy with that. 9-0. Like I said, Evelina Andrade will have other chances to come back in this. It was an unfortunate match, but Takahashi Kazuki played very well. Just a little smile there from the Japanese at his home games. But he is the match winner in a commanding position heading into the next pool match. Of the individual BC3 Pool A Games.
That was a long game. Now let's look at the scoreboard.
それではただいま行われました試合の結果をお伝えいたします。
On court 1, we had 2 tie breaks. The first victory goes to Republic of Korea. Jung against Japan's Kawamoto Keisuke.
さあまずは第1コートですね。第1コート5対5となりましてタイブレークとなりました。結果大韓民国が勝利いたしました。
On court 2, another tie break. This time, Hong Kong China's Tae Tak-hwa wins against Brazil's Matheus Carvalho.
続いて第2コートです。第2コートも3対3、こちらの戦いもタイブレークに突入しましたね。そして香港チャイナが勝利いたしました。
On court 3, Greece's Grigorios Polychronidis sweeps the match with 9 points over Portugal's Ana Costa with 0 points.
続いて第3コートです。第3コートは9対0、ギリシャがポルトガルに完封勝利となりました。
On court 4, another sweeping victory for Japan's Takahashi Kazuki with 9 points against Portugal's Avelino Andrade with 0 points.
続いて第4コートです。第4コートは9対0、日本高橋和樹選手がポルトガルをスイープいたしました。
On court 5, 8 points from Hong Kong China's Ho UNK against Brazil's Ivani Suarez da Silva Calado with 1 point.
そして第5コートです。第5コートは8対1、大差をつけて香港チャイナがブラジルを下しました。
And finally on court 6, Portugal's Jose Macedo wins with 4 points against Republic of Korea's Kim Han-soo 3 points.
そして最後は第6コートです。第6コートは4対3、接戦の末ポルトガルが大韓民国に勝利いたしました。
Please welcome the timekeepers for the session.
タイムキーパーの入場です。
Please welcome the athletes for the mixed individual BC2 preliminaries.
それでは混合個人 BC2 予選選手の入場です。
On court 4,
第4コート
Belgium,
ベルギー
represented by Francis Rambelt, versus Thailand,
タイ
represented by Laura Wood Sangampa. The referee is Grace Khan. On court 1,
第1コート
Brazil,
ブラジル
represented by Maciel Santos, versus Argentina,
アルゼンチン
represented by Luis Cristaldo. The referee is
審判は
Daniel Headley. On court 2,
第2コート
Republic of Korea,
大韓民国
represented by Lee Yong-jin, versus Great Britain, represented by Claire Taggart. The referee is
審判は
Diaz Castedo. On court 3,
第3コート
Slovakia,
スロバキア
represented by Robert Nizik versus Great Britain,
英国
represented by Will.
Hello and welcome to day 5 of the Tokyo Paralympic Games at the Ariake Gymnastics Center. It's day 2 of the Boccia tournament here in Japan, and we're just getting ready for our individual BC2 Pool A match
Represented by Janik Allard versus
as we have Francis Romboats of Belgium, the world number 13
the referee is
審判は
in the BC2 mixed individual. From Belgium, taking on the world number 1 from Thailand, Rorawat Sangangembi.
Christina Bonavez versus RCC.
Rorawat Sangamba then.
Diana Tutu.
So far beat
The referee
Will
is
Hipwell.
審判は
Marie Everett.
Only played 1 match so far, Sangampa. But he is the world number 1 in BC2. And the warm-up will take place very shortly. Kan Wei-chun, the referee, just explaining.
Athletes, your warm-up starts now.
Francis Romboats from Belgium will start the warm-up first here at the Ariake Gymnastics Center on court 4. If you haven't watched Boccia before, the individual game consists of 4 ends. Each player's got 6 balls, and the aim is to get their ball closest to the white ball, and that's the target, which is called the jack. And if you can get more balls closer than your opponent, well, that means that you get more points in each end. So it's quite a fascinating game that can really change end by end as well, as we've already seen throughout the competition. It's really based around strategy, tactics, skill, and the dynamics of the match can end quite it can change end to end quite quickly. Across the tournament, athletes can play in the mixed pairs, teams, or individual matches. But today we're going to concentrate on this singles match, the individual BC2 Pool A match. And the warm-up has begun. What will happen is Francis Romboats of Belgium will set the jack, and then he'll throw his first ball. And then it will be Rorawat Sangamba, the world number 1, who will then throw his first ball of his 6. Boccia made its debut in the New York Paralympic Games in 1984. It's being practiced now in quite a few countries across the world. Over 50 countries now take part in Boccia. We're going to have 6 courts in session, but we're going to concentrate on this one. Rorawat Sangamba versus Francis Romboats of Belgium. Sangamba at the moment sitting at the top of the Pool A, after winning one of his matches, but he sits the top at the moment because he's got the most points. The winner of every pool match will go through, 6 athletes, and then on top of that, the top 2 athletes ranked second place will also qualify for the quarterfinals of the Tokyo 2020 Paralympic Games. Of course, they were delayed due to the pandemic. So these athletes have had to wait a long time for this moment to try and qualify to get into medal contention. No crowds here, of course, but you will hear plenty of cheering from the teams who sit on the sidelines and congratulate their players. You can always tell when it's a shot that means a lot to the athletes. So BC2, the athletes aren't usually, or they're not eligible for a assistant, but however, due to COVID rules, they do have an assistant alongside them for these games. But that is just due to COVID protocols. So they won't, you'll see the assistants won't but assist with things like the wheelchair. So this game is about to get underway. 4 minutes on the clock for both players. It'll be Francis Rumboats who starts the match, and he's just practicing it in his head already, exactly what he's going to do. Nerves are probably starting to kick in a little bit now, facing the world number 1, and he's the world number 13. So the match gets underway, and it'll be Francis Rumboats who starts by setting the jack, and the first ball will be up next. So the first ball is thrown as Warat Zayangamba, my apologies, comes into the box. Zayangamba has played at the 2016 Rio Games. He won gold in the team BC1, BC2. And he won silver in the individual BC2 competition. So he'll be one to watch this competition, I'm sure. World individuals, he became the world champion in BC2 in Liverpool in 2018. And in the teams as well for Thailand. Also became the champion of the Asian Para Games in 2018 in Jakarta. So he's definitely one to watch this competition. So first ball that Zayangamba throws is closer. So Francis Rumboats up next. Big breathe in, a sigh. Nerve-wracking time for the players. In this first end. So see what he was doing there, couldn't you? It was going for the push-off to try and give himself better positioning, and it seems to have worked, but not just quite close enough. However, he has opened up the jack a little bit now, hasn't he, for his third ball. So he's just trying to push the jack a little bit closer to his red ball and open up a space. So he will be closer, Francis Romabotes, and it will be Sayangamba who takes the next shot. Four minutes per end, so much shorter than some of the other categories. BC4 and BC2, both 4 minutes. In between ends, there will be 1 minute. Interesting. We're going to have to get the measurement, I think, out here. Kanwei Chun just going to have a quick look to see who is closest. I think it will be the red ball, but I'm not the one with the measuring stick. However, she has indicated that, yes, it is Francis Romabotes. So he's a little shake of the head there. He's closer, but he's not happy. I've left it a little bit too open for the Belgian. Just focusing on the shot he wants to play before he plays it. Big deep breath in. It's excellent from Francis, but just not quite close enough to quite push off Sayangamba's ball. 1 minute is called on the clock. 2 balls to go for Francis Romabotes. He's happy with that. Kanwei Chun gives the notice that it is indeed closest. And you can see a little celebration there, just what he was after. Early in this match as we stand, end one. Sayangamba is working out which shot will be the best here. So he's trying to push off the red balls that are closest to the jack yet there to give a little bit more space, which he has done successfully. And he's managed to put the blue ball closest. So See what Francis Romboat says here in this first end. 3 ends to go off the back of this. It's one of the quicker games because there's only 4 minutes per end. Well, 8 minutes. Happy with that. It's his final ball of this end. It's interesting here. Sayangamba's just going to have a look for his final ball. Going to have to maybe pull out something a bit special here. One minute. Cool. See what this final ball will have in it. So it looks like Francis Rombout is taking the win here, but we're just seeing exactly what Kan Wei Chun has to say. And it looks like she's saying 1. Looks like it's 1-0. So interesting in the individual BC2 Pool A match. Francis Rombout takes that first end 1-0 against the world number 1 Warawat Sayangamba of Thailand. As you can see, confirmation there in the first end. Still 3 ends to go in this match. Warawat has won his other pool game as it stands, and Francis Rombout lost it. And Sayangamba won pretty comprehensively as well. So let's see what happens in end 2, shall we? A minute break before play gets underway again on court 4 of the Tokyo Paralympic Games. End 2 gets underway at the Ariake Gymnastics Centre, court 4, where Warawat Sayangamba of Thailand takes on Francis Rombout of Belgium. He sets the jack and the game is underway. First ball to be thrown, of course, will be Sayangamba. He's now on the back foot a little bit, Sayangamba. But all is definitely not lost with 3 more ends to play in this match as Francis Rombout leads it by 1-0. Happy with that one, Francis Rombout, as he just Again, pushes off. It's an excellent shot. He's pleased with that one. It's not closest, but it doesn't matter at this point because he's managed to push off Sayangamba's ball to make it a little bit further away from the jack. And celebrations for the world number 13 there for a nice shot. Leading this match 1-0. Gampa just trying to open up the game a bit more. As you can see there, he's given himself plenty of room now to start a defence and try and block Francis Romabotes from getting closest to the jack, which is where he started now. That's his first ball to try and stop Francis. Four balls remaining then for Francis. 1 minute 44 on the clock. A bit of more of a pacey ball there, pushing off Sayangamba's ball. It looks like Sayangamba's might still be closest, and it remains Francis Romabotes' turn. So that is confirmation that Warwick's ball is closer. Excellent though to try and open again the jack up to give himself a perfect line. One minute will be called very shortly for Francis Romabotes. Lovely, lovely there. A nice, if it stayed like that, it would probably be one or at least two. What can Warwick Sayengamba come back with? First Paralympic Games for Francis Romabotes, whereas Sayengamba is a Paralympic champion in the teams games at least, and no stranger to the games. One minute 45. born in India, was Francis Rombouts. Now lives or resides in Belgium. Took up the sport in 1995 in Belgium. He was persuaded by a manager who taught at his school, Joe De Becker, to take it up. Now here he is at the 2020 Paralympic Games. That's all of Francis Rombouts' balls. So it looks like that should be the end of that end. Let's just see what Kan Wei Chun says. There's one ball left for Warrawat Sayangamba to try and see what he can do here. Started playing in 2010, did the world #1. And we see what he does with the bit of a smash there, and he's unhappy with it. He is very unhappy with that one. However, it'll be one blue, but still, despite Warrawat Sayangamba taking the win of N2 and levelling up the scores as 1-all against Francis Rombouts of Belgium, he doesn't look particularly happy in the individual BC2 Pool A match here at the Ariake Gymnastics Centre for the Tokyo 2020 Paralympic Games. Time is called for N3 of this 4-end match. The 4 minutes has started to tick down for Francis Rombouts, who sets the jack. And the first ball will be thrown. The 37-year-old setting quite a short ball there for the jack. With Warrawat Sayangamba of Thailand, the world #1, levelling up the scores in that second end. But he looked frustrated with himself. And he goes in quite defensive here. He pushes off the red ball to give himself some clear space of the jack. The balls are slightly different, soft, medium and hard. And you'll see, because they all look slightly different coloured, depending on what type of shot they want. That's why the strategic play is so important here. They all look the same, but obviously when you look a bit closer, every ball is slightly different. Pacey again from Francis Romboats. This one looks like the tension has ramped up a little bit, as both of them are playing a little bit more attackingly. Well, it's level at the halfway point. You've got to start pulling out some stops to try and take the lead heading into the final end. Trying to book their place into the quarterfinals. The winner of the pool, top athlete in each pool, and the top 2 athletes ranked second place do qualify for the quarterfinals. So a little bit of spin on that ball there from Romboats. So it does remain Sayangamba with the closest ball. One minute 45 left on the clock. Slower pace ball. Nice. Defending quite well from the world number 1. 2 balls remaining then for Francis Romboats with Warawat Sayangamba. 4 balls remaining in this penultimate end. And 3 of 4. And 1 was won by Francis Romboats. And 2 was won by Sayangamba, the world number 1. So where does it leave us at the end of this one? We shall see. Plenty of time on the clock here. Let's see what Sayangamba wants to go with. It could be quite a pacey ball here. Yeah, it is a smash. Oh, and he's happy with that one. He is happy with that one. The cheers from the team. And it was a smash. If you just watch that blue ball in the bottom left, that's the ball that he was trying to get closest. And it was an impressive smash. And you could see what it meant to the world number 1 as well. Emotion pouring out of the man from Thailand. Remains Warawat Sayangamba still with the closest ball in this one. The blue ball from that impressive smash and that go just now, the one before this throw. Final ball then in this end for Francis Romboats. He's just trying to push on his ball to get a bit closer to the jack, but not sure he was able to there. So Warawat Sayangamba is coming to have a look and see exactly, because you can see what Francis Romboats has done there. He's tried to leave a defensive line to try and block Sayangamba from getting more than 1, because he can't risk moving his own blue ball from its prime position. So let's see what the world number 1 chooses to do here. I'm sure he's got something up his sleeve. And it's a pretty hefty ball, that one. It's a smash across the court, which has actually moved his ball further away from the jack. But with two balls remaining, he has opened the jack up a little bit for him. So it'll be interesting to see how he closes this end. Still plenty of time on the clock, 1 minute 15. Unhappy with that one. One ball left for the world number one. And he's mightily unhappy with that. And that is the risk of pushing your ball a little bit further. He does take a 1-0 lead in that one, in that end, which means he leads the match 2-1. But you could see the frustration on the world number one's face. And we're just going to see how close that ball is to make sure that it's 1 or 2. But referee Kanwei Chun will show us on the paddleboard, and she is, I think, saying 1. I can't quite see, but we'll see when the board comes up very shortly. But I believe it's 1, and that's the end of that end. So 1 to blue means that Warawat Sayangamba wins the third end, meaning he takes a 2-1 lead heading into the fourth and final end against Francis Romabouts of Belgium in this individual BC2 Pool A match at the Tokyo 2020 Paralympic Games. Fifteen seconds until this match gets back underway then. 4 minutes on the board for both athletes. Warawat Sayangamba is leading this match 2-1. He lost the first end, 1-0. However, he has managed to claw back 2 points in the second and the third end. And he has set a very short jack. And here comes the first ball. Very short indeed. So, opening that up for him a little bit more. Francis Romabouts just giving himself a little bit more space so he can get a better line into the jack. Trails 2-1 in this final end. If it ends in a draw, we go to a tie break, which is essentially an extra match. And we continue tie breaks until we have a score. So, Francis Romabout's second ball is closest to the world number 1. Begins his defense. Four minutes on the clock is ticking by in the top left. 5 other matches are happening around these athletes in the individual BC2 Pool A match. In Boccia, we have 4 categories: BC1, BC2, BC3 and BC4, depending on the severity of the impairment. BC2 don't have they're not eligible for an assistant. They throw with their hands. As you can see, Boccia originally made for players with cerebral palsy, but there is a category specifically for the BC4, which is for any athlete with any kind of neurological impairment that affects their motor function. But this, in the BC2, is specifically for cerebral palsy. So it's going to be a tense end here. 2-1 leads Warawat Sayangamba. The score at the top explains exactly where we're at. 2-1 to the Thailand player, with Francis Romabout trailing by a point at the moment in the final end. Just 6 balls they'll have to battle it out, this one, for the match win. Francis Romabout will want to win this one, as he lost his first match. Warawat Sayangamba, however, won his first match pretty comprehensively, but he'll want to win the pool to qualify for the quarter-finals of the 2020 Individuals Paralympic BC2 Games. Unhappy with that, again. Very unhappy. Shake of the head. Ball is closer, but frustrated at this game. Maybe he feels he deserves or should have been able to get some more points. So just trying to put himself into a stronger position there, and he managed to do it. And in the red ball closest to the jack. He's playing a good game here. Francis Romabout, world number 13 facing the world number 1 on paper. You would expect the world number 1 to be leading a lot more than 2-1, but it's not quite the case here. Final end then of this Boccia match. And that is the teammates of Warawat Sayangamba pleased with that ball. It would probably be, I think, 1-0 at that point. That would be enough to win the match. It's not over until it's over, though. 2 balls remaining for Francis Romabout. Interesting shot there from Francis. 30 seconds then left on the clock. Last chance then for Francis Romabout to get that red a little bit closer. And he's done it. You can see what it means to the athlete. He's got it closer for now, but Warawat Sayangamba has 1 ball left. If it ends like this, we're going into a tie-break. So, what can Warawat Sayangamba do to pull back this final part of the match? 1-minute board was shown, 40 seconds left on the clock. This is going to have to be quite a blinder of a final ball, or we're going to a tie-break. Unhappy with that one. Very unhappy with that one. One for red at the end of that match. It means it's 2-2. So it goes to a tiebreak now between the world #1 Warawat Sayangamba and Francis Romabout of Belgium. We played 4 ends. End 1 was won by Francis Romabout. End 2, Warawat Sayangamba managed to pull it back to a 1-1 draw. Managed to win the 3rd end 2-1. However, with another win here, it heads to a tie-break now for Francis Romabout and Warawat Sayangamba in the individual BC2 Pool A match at the Ariake Gymnastics Centre. So they flip a coin to decide who starts first, and it looks to have been Warawat Sayangamba who won that. So the jack starts in the middle here for the tie-break, and Warawat Sayangamba throws the first ball. Object of the game is exactly the same. So Francis Romabout's closest to the jack as it stands. Or what Sayangamba comes up to take his second throw. So jack's been moved quite far off its original spot now with the powerful shot from Sayangamba, who doesn't get the ball closer, but he has opened up the game into a different dynamics now. He's picking which ball he wants to use here. Sometimes you get the softer ones, sometimes you get the harder ones, sometimes you need a medium one, and because he's pushed the ball a little bit further out now, you're gonna have to get a bit of pace on it. And he's going for a lob, and he's pleased with that one. I mean, they've had to go to a tie break, but the world number one is incredibly happy with that shot, as it just rolls slightly. Not quite touching the jack, but close enough to lead this end. I told you this one would be tense, and it is. The winner of this one wins the match. If it's another draw, we go to another match. And we keep doing that until someone wins. A little bit too pacey, that one. I think he was trying to push on his own red to get a little bit closer to the jack, but he shot it just a little bit wide. 4 balls remaining then for Francis Romabout. So just, again, a little bit too much pace on that one. Trying to go a little bit pacey again. He's trying to push Warawat Sayangamba's ball away, but he's trying to push it off, but he's just a little bit too far away, which is what Warawat Sayangamba has probably done here to try and make it harder for Francis Romabout to get there. The target is small, the court is big. It's not easy. The accuracy here has to be spot on. Frustrating for Francis Romabout. He's taken the world number one to a tie break. But he's only got 1 ball remaining. Oh, and his final ball. And it was a good attempt, but he's run out of balls. So this one will come to an end with Warawat Sayangamba winning. Still got a few balls remaining, so 3 balls. He will try and score a few more points. But he might have made it a bit too hard for everyone here. I mean, the ball to hit the jack was incredible. 1 ball remaining then. That'll be a ball that he remembers for a very long time, I'm sure. And that's that. That match is over. So 1 blue at the end of a tie break. 1 to blue, says Kanwei Chun. And that is the final of the match. They give each other a little bit of a fist bump there. It was going to be a tense one always between this pairing. Warawa Sayangamba, the world #1 though, manages to take the win in the tie break. It finished 2-all on paper. However, it is Warawa Sayangamba who wins this individual BC2 Pool A match in the Boccia against Francis Romboats of Belgium. So Francis Romboats put up a good fight. It was an impressive match. But it was Warawa Sayangamba, the world #1 from Thailand, who takes the win.
On court 2, Korea's Lee Yong-jin finishes the match with 3 points against Great Britain's Claire Taggart with 2 points.
続いて第2コートです。第2コート3対2接戦の末、大韓民国が英国に勝利いたしました。
On court 3, victory for Slovakia's Robert Mizik with 6 points. Great Britain's Will Hipwell with 3 points.
続いては第3コートです。第3コートは6対3です。
So it is Warawa Sayangamba who takes the win there. He had to fight hard for that one. Went to 5 ends in the individual BC2 pool match.
Against Belgium's Francis Romboats.
Francis Romboats yet to get a win in his pool, whereas Warawa Sayangamba, the world #1 from Thailand,
On court 5,
has won 2
6 points
and
from
played 2.
Sugimura Hidetaka and 4 points from Canada's Janet
But
Allard.
we'll see what happens next in the Boccia on, well, day 5 of the Tokyo 2020 Paralympic Games.
And finally, on court 6, Portugal's Cristina Goncalves wins the last match of the day with 8 points, and RTC's Diana Teclina with 3 points.
さあそして第6コートは8対3です。8対3でポルトガルが RPC を下しました。
We hope you enjoyed the Boccia and thank you for your participation and support of Tokyo 2020 Paralympic Games. The Tokyo 2020 Organizing Committee would like to thank all volunteers for their time and dedication toward making Tokyo 2020 Paralympic Games a success.
さあ皆様、本日のボッチャをお楽しみいただけましたでしょうか。皆様の東京2020パラリンピックへのご参加とご支援に感謝を申し上げます。東京オリンピック・パラリンピック競技大会組織委員は東京2020パラリンピック
Well, what a day we've seen for day 5 of the Tokyo Paralympic Games here at the Ariake Gymnastics Centre. It's been day 2 of the Boccia tournament here in Japan, and we've seen some fascinating matches today. Komar of Croatia beat Martin Straharski. In the earlier matches, 5-2, we saw Jung of the Republic of Korea go down, unfortunately, 9-3 to Wei Lung Chu from Malaysia. Takahashi Kazuki, he fought hard to beat the Portuguese Evelino Andrade. And then we just saw, went to a tiebreak, Warawat Sayangampa of Thailand, the world #1, taking on Francis Romabotes from Belgium. And it went to a tiebreak. It was a tense one. It was brilliant though, but it was Warawat Sayangampa from Thailand, the world #1, who beat Francis Romabotes.